Yeah, I don't know that.
Hello? Yeah, we come. And the last I don't go now from me, I kind of. We go for go phones now. This Friday we go. And I want you now only advance. When I advance the command and they come with me. Because they follow them with come.
Invited you, and he just kind of gave us a you know.
But Laura and I find time to chat.
Thrasher.
Yes, I saw that. Okay, well, we're here for the second session. We're doing a thing. Yes, yes, yes. No, but we're doing a presentation.
Okay. So then that's what I'm here for. For your exactly. Especially for you.
Well, anybody wearing this Ashobi is educated.
Oh, you should be able to find three others.
I think for the kid, yeah. Well, there's another one.
There you go, mate. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm also important on that one. I repeat next time. No, now 50 in the court. Now 1 million. How much you are last? You don't get money to. That is a banana bank. Up to now, I talk to the winner. I don't go there to live into money.
Everybody, if there's no more money, I'm not going to live. I really keep it going.
Tomorrow.
Not to the so tomorrow. So you are going to
for send 2 million.
James, the better not something else weekend. You see, the one in the area,
You know money when they can't give
when
me.
I can see.
yeah, I know.
Because I need for me, I'm not happy. I'm not
Tomorrow now, we'll send out the
No, it's good. I'm not able to.
Number. The second one, I get the correct number. The question. I said, connect number. And I mean, post the first one.
Now you never come for.
So, now I don't get the correct number now. Give me the phone. I check with them. Call the person. You know, see the money, don't check in on this. I said, okay, I don't make sacrifice. And if you don't tell me what's an investment for you, so if I don't spend, the money don't go aside. And the money that do, just as soon as you look now, 100,000 I don't spend. Now, buying battery, now I get 100,000. So now, if I tell you which one, look, money, and I send them back. Say no receiver. I send them back, say no receiver. I said, okay, now the money that is so, God knows it, and then they spend for you. So I don't go straight to that person. When they talk about it, they never know. God the whole land back. I create that do my work in the house. Do my work in the house and the babe so. Since you me and me talk now, the time he spent partner. As a rent, he said from the way he asked me for battery and I get 100,000. So okay. From that one he added to the 40 hour so and never split. So no more. 1,000 Leo. This money they ask us I don't get money. I don't sacrifice 400,000. I don't want to money. So you say no, this is about I did show me. I checked the number to them. I saw he said that the message can't say don't. Yeah, he said no, I said okay man. This morning they asked me what so I don't go this morning back. I don't go ask the man. Yes, sir. I don't have the whole night.
Before me, now they mark out 2 days money. Check. Check, you didn't. Okay, you didn't change them. $700. Okay, the other is back to you. I know. A lot of who they do now, couldn't get their cash. In the they say, who does it back? Full about, and they put the program there. Not to like this number. When you look at the sensibility. Full I say, we inside. Like when you French man, you talk, you talk. You mommy, just advise me that I go as a and the mommy was there. Vice president, that's a good time to be wrong. That's it. Mommy said James. Now I'm in my beer with it. See my uncle and see my me, Mr. Wu, when I was weekly, don't come weekly. What is going on? Calo, Friday. Who's that? All the
shadow force. There it is.
Let me start by saying that
Hello.
Well, I don't say email. You don't get on.
Thank you.
My ladies, I saw you send me on that.
quelle fois? Oh, niveau copain là. La crosse, ça, oui, il n'y a pas. On est go à Alti. And that kind of experience now, we say one for the thing for because you get some money they can the government that will work. Then they want to push the staff going about government in the high-handed in that person. Most things they stagnate. I'm just saying with that. We want to run the government. Can you can't think about it? I see that. Better you familiar with that with your phone. Because when you get the achievement through results, you see the same planning. When I say one player, they get results, the funds are utilized, money is high. On a beaucoup partagé because we and the colleague will find out. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, but that printing, document for print. Also, you document that. Long years document, so you left to you now. We don't know about it. I am going to you get that too. You want for comment printing? Oh, let me not go and don't give me. I think yes. Okay, at the beginning I come either late this evening or tomorrow. And then you fast. I make you can't be again 1 ton. You do your stuff with the man. That's not the quality there. She doesn't have to stay with you. The gap put with, I can say, which generation because when we come, the gap between you and your top will not be too far. It will not be too far because we challenge together. Because now we are, yes. We don't want to give you as to shape you. And imagine how long it took you for not even get first. But now we are. Yes, you don't go? Look on it. Right. I'm not going to laptop to you. I'm not covering that. It's not. Give me a look. Go inside to him. Go inside to him. Okay, lock. I think as if we did tell how we get to you land you. However, that's something I did to you. They want to know about things and they are going to see how you get some problem with that position later. See, nine is get that you have the complaints.
You don't choose it.
I don't.
You're not a member of that.
I think you get the position about the longest.
Usually it's just with me.
But they talk
Now
about
you get what's
nine or get. I think that the email address.
I know you get one. This is the morning. Is that it?
Yes, they don't respond. Yes, talk to about that. They tell me exactly. So you wouldn't go by there. What's the name of the game? Eh? Get fun. Yeah, you go. Yeah. I said, then I put it in the top price for that. I said, this one. I don't know. Give them first. You want to go I will left that and that was the man. For fancy, I'm saying. I was not for fancy house and no. Wait, I think I'm not comfortable again. I'm right and you the good school. So, what I get is the castle and for me. I need the castle for me. Actually, that's what I don't see. Just tell them, see, quality with it. They don't ever match you guys. They don't because after me, I want to succeed. So, my generation will succeed. Don't say me to go show that. Because we say we should have to sell up. Oh, yeah. That's people I don't say, my pension will take care of me.
Let's say the same thing.
Get it. Let me say the first. All the I don't start the same program. So this is about me as good for the second of year. I go piano. English is committee. Once you go start piano. That's the spirit. So when you say, well, at least I left for good generation, after they will succeed me well. And that will be grateful. Some things that saw them, say with like no opportunities, no that. I wish don't tell for them. I will tell for them. Tell for them. Tell for them. And we remember they can talk. Can you hear me this way? I want to go on. I demand your like now.
I'm not right here. Wait, what do you mean? If I'm mistaken, you go talk. You go talk. I said, so I just put myself accommodate. I said, this is I just put myself. Why?
Right.
Not to the semis, then the president is now.
How are you? Sorry. How are you? Found a baby project when you don't get out of school. Eh? You know, you're from where, right?
You say no, yes, no,
no, I wish to. But at least you acknowledge the mail.
Okay,
they acknowledge. I don't talk to her and say, okay, at the camera, he say, hey, don't go South Africa, I don't come. I swear.
Oh, okay, be the right, all right.
Right, acknowledge self, say
Yes,
yes.
at least they'll get to it now.
Yes, sir.
Na big side now.
Okay.
Na don't know now.
Yeah?
don't know. I don't think I want to check our website.
Yeah, see what man check.
I know.
chair is creaking.
They said it was.
Who's that changing? Who's that changing? Eh?
Clara, how you do?
Okay, that boy, if the egg don't mistake, yes. Right, so the little Lala they this time. What if the person I mean that way? But you know, let us know this. They yeah, they're not supposed to.
But then, if you go down, you can. If you go down, you can come.
No?
Because other people will be seated here and you tell them to get out.
No, I had a really good thing first year. David made it. It's my message. But I'm like, what's that? Well, good. I Are we starting on time? Did they say something? They say something about we starting at 2.
Yeah, the time.
Something like that.
From now. Eh? Come on, you go.
Gana, sir.
What will they find chaos?
No. This bro for this bro.
Hi, Vince, how are you? How's it going? Yeah, yeah. Salo leading the way. That's all? Sorry, I started coming towards you,
Yeah,
and then
somebody
they
else.
grabbed me back again, and I turned around, and then you've gone. How's it going? And Owen's abandoned you.
I know, right in the middle of
I
nowhere.
swear.
We're pulling our axe together probably.
Yeah. It's slightly. I didn't know Mrs.
Look of it.
You get for candy, Maronca's.
I'm from Morocco.
Maronca. We're just near where Alpha Khan was born. The village in Branchco inside 1 mile. No, not edunations. Not educated. Not all. Not all.
So I was going. Wasn't a million. What's the name different? No, it's all right. You guys
You're
are
looking very serious.
I'm always very playful. So once in a while I need to be serious. Once in a while, this is not very well.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we can bring up my stuff. All right, see you around. Sorry.
I get me corner, don't get it. Well, let me go
That's what I said. It was
learn how to be assured all our children get the foundational skills they need in the first year of life to succeed in education. How to be assured.
I come to you as the boss, my dear sister.
You have just that you need.
Long time.
start chasing them.
good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for coming back after lunch. For those of us behind, could you please move a little forward? We want to get closer to the program as much as we can. So those who are coming later can be at the end. So those of us way up there, please calm down if you can. We'll be most grateful. We are about to begin the next phase of the panel discussion. May we please come closer? For those of us way up there, please come closer now. We'll give ourselves a minute and then we'll begin. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please, let's settle down. All right, we'll have a spotlight session on the education challenge in Sierra Leone. And for MBSSC, we have Matthias Eastman, who will be the moderator of this panel. Over to you, Matthias.
Thank you so much, Peter. If you don't know me, I am the guy who has been sending you a lot of emails. Yes. It's a pleasure to put many faces to many names. It is a great pleasure to moderate this session on the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge. I would like to invite a distinguished set of panelists to the stage to discuss this one example that Minister Senge shared when hard-pressed about very specific initiatives in foundational learning. First, I would like to invite Deputy Minister Mamosu Masako to the stage, please. Dr. Amy Kabru, the CEO of the Education Outcomes Fund. Miriam Mason and the Educadians. Please come. Right here. From, I guess I would have that honor. From Educate, we have Miriam, Fode, and Kai. Yes, welcome. I will let the speakers go into more detail, but at heart, the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge grew out of the Education Innovation Challenge that Minister Senge mentioned. It's about providing support to the schools, but also provide freedom to innovate and identify rigorously what works. We're very happy to have a distinguished set of speakers who can discuss the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge from three different angles. We have government angle, people, and the Education Outcomes Fund, and we have an organization that works directly with providing support to schools. The first speaker, Madam Deputy Minister Mamosu Masako, is a tireless champion of many things. We know her, among others, as the champion of school feeding in Sierra Leone, recently expanding to the western rural area, which is also a champion of result-based financing and has been a particularly big supporter of the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge. We're very happy that you're here with us, and we are looking forward to hearing you elaborate on why this project is important for the government and why this particular approach to supporting education, tying results to financing is so important. So, thank you for being here, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon and welcome again, everyone, after that sumptuous lunch. Normally after lunch, people tend to be feeling a little sleepy, so if we could just pop up, that would be nice, and we could have the session. So, just a brief background. Since His Excellency the President, Julius Maada Bio, was elected, education has been at the heart of the government of Sierra Leone's National Development Plan. It is one of the key building blocks of our focus on human capital development. Our efforts in Sierra Leone's education sector is being led by the principle of learning for and by all, not just those who can afford it. We heard Mr. Senge talk about universal access and radical inclusion earlier on. We also know we face a big challenge in Sierra Leone. Our education system has suffered greatly during the Civil War and through years of underinvestment. The Ebola and the COVID-19 forced us to shut our schools down. We knew we needed to be bold and think innovatively to reach our goals. That is why we launched a set of innovative education programs. We have already started with the Education Innovation Challenge, the EIC, which provides educators the freedom to identify the best ways to support children's learning. With a budget per student that is realistic in the context of Sierra Leone, they were free to apply the type of support to schools we believe to be the most effective. We are excited about the impact to be achieved during the program, but more importantly, the impact it will have on the education policy and efforts beyond the program. Although the EIC was hit by COVID-19 school closures, it emboldened us to think bigger and scale up to support even more children and schools. The next program, the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge, the SLEIC, has become the largest outcomes fund in the developing world. It is a true partnership since both the government of Sierra Leone and our international partners have contributed funds to pay for outcomes. What makes the outcome, the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge unique is that we direct link programs financing to results. That means we are putting a greater focus on what matters the most to our children, their learning and their future. If our children are not learning, then we have not failed. Let me clear this, that the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge combines both trust and accountability. We trust our service providers to support the schools in the way they think it is most effective. If what they initially tried is not working, they have the freedom to support children in a new way. At the same time, we are also rigorous about measuring outcomes and thereby making sure that the children end up benefiting. We achieve this by linking the payments of outcomes. Setting up an innovative program has dedication and hard work from across the government and from numerous other partners. First, we want to acknowledge the Education Outcome Fund, EOF, for partnering with us to design this remarkable project. We also want to thank the donors for their trust and support in our cause. And lastly, we want to extend our gratitude to the service providers, of course, for their efforts to work with us to support schools in Sierra Leone. The biggest thanks goes to our teachers, who every day work so hard to help our children and constantly improve their teaching. This program was designed with a very strong focus on sustainability. We wanted to create something that works over time and that can be scaled based on the evidence collected and lessons learned. After the challenge, we will have a treasure trove of insights that will allow us to support our schools. This will allow us to ensure that our expenditure on education is effective, and the high-quality evidence from this program allows us the insights and confidence to have such ambitions. We couldn't be more excited to have launched this program and be working every day to turn implementation a success, to make implementation a success. I am thrilled by the impact we see already and even more excited for all that is going to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Minister. I think it underscores the government's seriousness about this program that they have put up their own funds alongside partner funds to pay for outcomes. It's really a strong show of commitment. And now let's turn it over to one of these partners. Dr. Anil Kapoor is the Chief Executive Officer or Education Officer, I guess both, of the Education Outcomes Fund, a former government minister from Tunisia. She now devotes all of her time to promoting outcomes-based finance for education in Sierra Leone and other countries. Anil, I believe this is your first time in Sierra Leone. We're very, very lucky to have you here, and we're looking forward to hearing about this partnership from the Education Outcomes Fund side.
No, thank you very much. So maybe I'll say very quickly why EUF exists, why the Education Outcomes Fund. It was from my own time in government. I've seen $70 million spent on textbook that when I walked around find them in cupboards of Hazmatsu that no one has used. Or $400 million spent on skills and subsidy for young people to be in jobs. And 2 years later, only 15% of them were still in jobs. I could have sent each one of them to Harvard if you count the $400 million divided by the 15% who were still in jobs. And I think with the learning crisis that everyone this morning, everyone were talking about, I felt if I wanted to spend some of my network time and life energy doing something, then to cut a lot of that waste that exists. And the question was, can we then, maybe money does play a role, can we then fund for impact? Can we spend money to have the $70 million pay for learning rather than for textbook, and to experiment with that? And so that's how it started. I think I've seen myself that PPPs, if you want to call them like that, work well when you build bridges or infrastructure. They're much harder in human capital. And the last bit, the third, so learning outcomes, paying for outcomes, PPPs, and also crowding in more money from the private sector so that not just profit is made and all externalities are done to society, to have them also take a risk to help with the SDGs. So these are kind of the three drivers why EUF exists. And we started actually looking at where countries are, where there is a strong leadership and political commitment to education. And Sierra Leone was one of them. And I'm going to tell an anecdote how this started, because I shared earlier in the meeting with the president that the feasibility study that we did said we shouldn't do it in Sierra Leone. The country wasn't ready, and then it just didn't make sense. And then I said, okay, I want to talk with the Minister of Education, David Senge, who I didn't know then. And I felt like, how can I reach him? I was like, who do I know from Sierra Leone? And literally, I knew one person from Sierra Leone, whose name is Chana Ba, who reads Purposeful as an organization. So I pick up the phone on the 1st of January and say, Happy New Year, and by the way, I want to talk with the minister. Do you know him? And he's like, yeah, we live together. And I was like, what? We live together? And he's like, no, we live in the same building. And then he literally takes the phone, exits his door, walks like 10 meters, knocks on another door, and then David is there. He's like, okay, here you have David on the phone. That makes sense. So maybe it was an omen for this partnership. So a few days later, I just want to say a very quick thank, and I won't make it long because Educate will tell us more of the details. I want to really say a big thank you to the Deputy Minister of Obusu, to the CEO, Dr. Kanu there, to Dr. Dupini, team who's here, and you, Matthias, because this has really been the biggest outcomes fund that started worldwide in education, and it's kudos to you all. So now I know more than one Sierra Leonean, so we're working, not all the, but 134,000 children. We don't just talk, we walk the talk. We pay 20% more for girls. And I hope that in other countries in future we can also pay more for children with disabilities and other things where we can live the radical inclusion. We pay only $36 per child per year because obviously with $100, $500 you can do anything, but when you have a little budget you have to be very innovative with that. And I think maybe 3 things or 4 things that this type of funding we are seeing already in Sierra Leone is changing. So one is giving the service provider, as we call them, and Educate is one of them, one out of 5, more flexibility to deal with whatever happens on the ground. One example is volunteer teachers. I mean, you're more aware than me of this. We have, a lot of volunteer teachers who potentially, have retention problems, etc. One of the providers had found out if we give them certification for the training, etc., and build their knowledge that once the government is hiring more and more teachers, they could have an advantage that could motivate them, and we're seeing on the ground already differences. Also, massively driven by data, and I think Educate will talk about this. We found out, for example, children who repeat grades do worse the second time than the first year, and actually lose their confidence, and so they will tell you about ideas they've developed, like I heard about the Ubuntu charts and other things. You may have a chimpanzee somewhere where parents are afraid to send their children to school because of that, and then we solve the problem. So I think this is you're not paid to train teacher and do bits, you're paid that children learn. And so whatever the problem is that appears on the ground by the local people who know the situation, you solve it. And it can be 5,000 different things because we know education is so contextual. And to finish I think there is a strong coordination and accountability, as the Deputy Minister said. We're not holding people accountable for activities, we're giving them a lot of freedom, but with freedom comes responsibility, so we're holding them accountable for the results. And that's, I think, we are seeing a lot of behavior change, and I don't want to steal other people's time. I hope that you guys from Educate will tell us more about what you're seeing on the ground.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kama. You heard from the government, you heard from Education Outcomes Fund, but the heart of this program is really providing support to schools to improve learning outcomes. It is the daily work of working with teachers to change their pedagogy, to use a new technology, to find out what is it really that helps them with their teaching mission. We're very lucky to have one of the organizations here that has done this first in 2 years, the Education Innovation Challenge, and now the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge, the successor program. Educate is one of the stellar organizations supporting education in Sierra Leone. I think it's not bragging to say that your schools are often at the top of the table in national exam performance, and that means your students are at the top of the table. And it's really a remarkable feat, and we're lucky to have you. You're putting me in a little bit of a bind, because Team Educate has 3 people here, and you have to tell me whether it's Kode, Kai, or Miriam who will speak first.
It's I who starts us off.
Educate, as you all are aware, we've got schools of our own that we are running. So we normally take ideas that we are implementing in our schools. So these are schools. Educate has been in Sierra Leone for like 2 decades plus, and we are creating impact in education. So from the next slide, please. If we look at Educate, Educate is part of this program, and we are operating in 4 districts: Port Noco, Cambia, Western Area, and Western Oba. We have 65 schools we are operating with, and we have 569 teachers we have trained. We've got a strategy we are operating with, and our strategies come in the light of a story. We always like to tell a story because telling a story means a lot to us. There's this inventor that has been in the 21st century who is called Thomas Edison. One day, if you believe the story true or not, we thought it fit that the story has got some significant importance to our own operation. According to the story, we were told that one day he left school, he brought a letter to the mother. The mother read the letter. The mother read the letter loudly to the child, telling the child that the school believes that you are a genius. They can't handle you. They can't teach you. They want me to teach you. I wish she did. After some time, when the mother passed away, Thomas Edison, who back then was one of the greatest inventors in the 20th century, found the actual message that was sent by the teachers. The message said that Thomas is stupid, is not capable, and the school cannot teach him. So they expel him from the school. But because the mother believed in the child, the mother knows that there is a potential in the child. She has time with the child. She teaches the child, and she believes in her, and she supports him to go through the journey. And later, he became one of the greatest scientists ever. So we just believe in that. You have to believe in the potential of the children we are operating with. Children that we are operating it in across Sierra Leone are similar to Thomas Edison. A lot of them, teachers don't believe in them. They have to leave school. We have one of our cluster mentors that is now doing a master's in UNIMAG. The story she told us from a storyline, she was kicked out of school because the school believes that she's stupid. So if she happens to find herself in another school which is educated, we worked with her and now she's realizing her potential. We just believe that we have to believe in our students and we give them the necessary support that they have to have. Thank you.
That's a powerful message. Thank you so much. And what was next for you?
Alright, thank you guys, thank you. So, of course, each of the service providers implementing the SLAIC has their approaches, but the uniqueness of the SLAIC is that the result-based financing model allows or actively encourages service providers to adjust their interventions based on the needs of the ground. So what the data, the OPM data shows is that nearly 20% of children in the treatment schools in Lot 1 are repeating a grade. So furthermore, these children do not sail through because this is the second time they have to go through the same class. But instead, what happens is that
So we looked at that data and said, okay, this is the reality. How are we going to tackle that? We have the flexibility because of the model. Let's look at remediation. We took one of the RTI guides. Some of you will know the what's it called? Research Triangle Institute, sorry. And they have guides. We took some of their ideas, we took some of ours, and we have this little booklet. Pablo has been distributing them, and some of you have it in your hands, and Linda is kindly taking us to, we can go full screen, wonderful, and that's the soft copy. So we have Educade's top 10 strategies for remediation. First, let every child know they are known and seen. Kids give up when they don't know that you don't see them. Foster a growth mindset. If I failed once, am I going to fail always? How can we reverse that? Learning to learn. Very often kids are never taught actually how to actively learn. They just sit in a class and have stuff bombarded at them or told to copy. Find out what are the kids' abilities, do assessments, monitor, always know where they're at and group them accordingly. Create a kind classroom. If you are stigmatized because you're stupid, because you're falling behind, chances of you committing yourself with real belief that you're going to change are very small. And believe in your students. And this is where we link up with our story of Thomas Edison, and equally, as Kai mentioned, one of our cluster mentors, Hassanatu Sharif, left school thinking she was stupid, left primary school thinking she was stupid, and was best performing student at Unimac when she graduated. Those stories can happen, but it depends on the teacher. Focus on core skills. Be really clear. What are the stages that children need to pass through? What are the skills they need to acquire on their journey? Group the children purposefully. There's the teach at the right level approach, and that's really powerful, but it's also possible to group a confident, competent child with one who needs a little bit more support, but don't leave it to chance. Do it purposefully. Train additional adults. Our classrooms don't have enough teachers. Some of the adults that may be willing to support may not be literate, but they can help with some of the organization. They can learn alongside the children, and some of them will be literate and able to contribute. Take time out of the normal timetable to slow things down and actually do that deep dive, catch-up session. So this becomes a tool that we will be using in the SLEIC schools based on what we've seen in the data. There are other things we are doing to flex our intervention in response to the data, but this was one we wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Very happy to have questions as we go on.
Thank you so much for sharing that story, Miriam. I don't know if it was on purpose, but it was a very good encapsulation of the essence of the project. You did one intervention, you received some data, you adapted it to the realities on the ground. You know the government trusts you to change your approach. You do not make a project plan and woe unto you if you deviate from it for the next 4 years. What is important to all participants is that the children learn. And you can constantly adapt your approach so that the children learn. And so they all become Thomas Edisons. I think we may have one in Minister Senge, but we need more in this country. So thank you very much for that. And I think it's another really important aspect of your story is the learning. These learnings are captured regularly in meetings with the government, with the chief education officer, to get a pulse check on how's our education system doing. There is an issue when it comes to foundational learning with repetition. The lessons from the SLEIC can then be part of the overall discussion on education policy in Sierra Leone, and I think that's tremendously valuable. I know we had promised some Q&A, but I also double as the sometimes timekeeper of these presentations. But the fortunate thing is that we are here for 2 days. Educate will be here, Dr. Kabu will be here, Deputy Minister Massaquoi will be here. So if you have any questions, if you want to dig deeper on results-based financing, the Sierra Leone Education Innovation Challenge and so on, they're here. And that is why we're here, over a coffee, to figure out, how did you actually do this? could we do something similar in, say, Malawi, say, Ghana, say, Gambia? So please, I urge you to not be afraid and go up and approach our distinguished panelists. And to round off, I would like to invite the audience to give them one final round of applause for this presentation.
Thank you very much. Up next is the spotlight on Malawi, transforming foundational education in Malawi, mission, vision, and spotlight. We'll have a message from the Minister of Education of Malawi, who sent a message. Honorable Madelito Kambawa Wirima has a message for us. So let's look at the screen for that brief message. Thank you.
And all participants to the summit of the 2023 Foundational Learning Exchange coined you, Your Excellency, and all participants to the summit of the 2023 Foundational Learning Exchange coined Flex 23 at Freetown International Conference Center in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, first of all, before I go into my brief, let me apologize for not being there with you physically, as I would have loved to, but it's due to circumstances beyond my control. I hope that when we have another summit or any other conversations going forward, I'm actually going to be present, but wishing you a very fruitful summit. In regards to strategic approaches to transforming foundational learning in Malawi, Your Excellency, Malawi remains committed to the commitments which our President made, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, to transforming education. This is in recognition to the need to leapfrog and turn around education in a bid to build a strong human capital needed to realize Malawi's vision of an inclusively worthy, self-reliant, upper-middle income country by the year 2063, where Malawi will have attained 100 years of independence. The task at hand, Your Excellency, remains huge because on average, learning poverty remains high at 87% against global average of 70%. However, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Malawi has been making efforts to improve learning outcomes. We have been implementing the National Reading Program, coined NRP, focusing on literacy improvement across Malawi with positive results in certain areas. We now have the National Numeracy Program, an approach that challenges the learner early and provides a structured way of teaching, supported with structured interactive learner workbooks and teaching guides. All this is coupled with regular teacher learning circles and technology integration. It is at pilot stage, but it will be scaled up across Malawi from the year 2023 to 2024 school year. Malawi has also enforced a program rather than project approach to the education system transformation. We formed a national steering committee on foundational learning, chaired by the Secretary of Education, who is with you at the summit today. We have improved coordination on education technology, all education interventions being aligned to
Well, I guess we might have to move on. We apologize for the technical hitch. But that was Madelito Kambawa Wirima, the Minister of Education of the Republic of Malawi. But while we are sad to miss her presence, we are, however, excited to have Mrs. Chikondano Musa, the Secretary for Education, to share with us Their impressive foundational learning work in Malawi. Secretary Musa will talk to us about the mission, vision, and spotlight for transforming education in Malawi through foundational learning. So with a round of applause, let's welcome Mrs. Musa.
Good afternoon. I want to share with you what we are doing in Malawi pertaining to transforming education, especially focusing on foundational literacy and numeracy. If you are going to miss all what I will say in this presentation, please don't miss three things: the 5-strand foundational strategy, the BFIT program, Spotlight program, and Human Capital Africa monitoring and evaluation tool. These three don't miss. Those three things, don't ever miss. Now, I'll come to our key strategy. We are pursuing the transformation through a carefully and collaboratively designed 5-strand education foundation strategy. The first on that strategy is providing relevant support to ensure that our teachers in Standard 1 and 4 are well equipped and receive continuing professional development to produce the desired learning outcomes. The second strand is on improving training and deployment of teachers. Here, we'll be strengthening the teacher supply chain. The third is that we are redesigning our school curriculum and improving its resourcing. The fourth is that we are expanding school feeding program to all schools. And the fifth is that we are digitalizing education for equitable access, efficient delivery, and continuity of learning, even during emergencies, like what we have just passed through, COVID and climate-induced disasters. The stability of these strands will depend on 5 foundational stones, which include increased domestic financing and active engagement of stakeholders such as the community and development partners. The second that I talked about is our key strategy. We are pursuing another one, the Building Education Foundation through innovation and technology. In short, it's a program that will run from 2023 to 2029 for a start. So here we are demonstrating our commitment. We have a Spotlight program through which we are harnessing reforms in foundational skills through evidence-based, time-tested education technology and at national scale. We call it the Building Education Foundation through Innovation and Technology, BFIT program. It builds on two key programs, namely the National Reading Program supported by USAID and the National Numeracy Program supported by FCDO. Now, I want to just take you through Malawi at a glance. As you can see, we have 18 million people Out of those 18 million, 6 million are in primary school and 3.5 million are in early grade. That's where a lot of our work is. We are working around the clock to make meaningful education equitable, accessible to all the learners and the new ones that are to come. Every year, we receive 0.5 million learners enrolling in Standard 1. We have made gradual progress over the years, but we now need to leapfrog in order to build a strong foundation for our new vision of an inclusively wealthy, self-reliant, upper-middle income country by 2063. We are using a systems approach in order to build a strong human capital foundation for the Malawi 2063. Our strategy for transformation comes from the Global Sustainable Development Goals, but also from the African Union targets, Africa Union 2063, and to our own Malawi 2063. Our first 10-year plan includes making education free and equitably accessed to all children, beginning with a compulsory 12 years of education. Our president has committed, just as we have heard in the morning, His Excellency here has committed, and when ministers were talking, their own presidents have committed. In Malawi as well, we have commitment at very high level. He is committed to transforming education, beginning with foundational learning. This is why he continues to allocate the largest proportion of the national budget to the education sector, ranging from 17 to 24% in recent years. His commitments range from 12 years of schooling to financing. So that's why we are saying that we have commitment at highest level. Therefore, at national level, the first 10-year development strategy, 2021 to 2030, epitomizes and institutionalizes transformation of education. The transforming of education is being driven by 10 game changers, 2 strategic levers, and 8 enablers. This includes expanding early childhood development and education in primary schools, school feeding, teacher training, and many more, and digitalization of the curriculum. Now, here comes our key strategy, the 5-strand strategy. We are pursuing the transformation through this carefully, collaboratively designed 5-strand, which is to provide relevant support to education, as I said, and to teachers, and also to improve training and redesign the school curriculum, expand school feeding, and digitalize education. And I talked about the stability, that the stability of this strategy is in active participation of communities, involvement of partners, and a robust research. Research for us is important because we want to make decisions and policies based on evidence. As we are implementing our 5-strand, we want to mainstream and institutionalize a contextualized way of measuring progress at the learner, teacher, and school level. Malawi is a passionate guinea pig For this, as we are geared to effectively pilot with support from our partners, the Human Capital Africa and our development partners, we want to find out, have children indeed started reading? Are they reading with comprehension at age 10? So to demonstrate our commitment, we have a spotlight program through which we are harnessing reforms in foundational skills through evidence-based, time-tested education technology at national scale. We call it the Building Education Foundation through Innovation and Technology, BEFIT. It builds on two key programs, and they are the reading program and the numeracy, national numeracy program. As I said in my summary at the beginning, these are supported by FCDO and USAID. The goal of this program is to improve foundational learning outcomes through individualized learning, whereby each learner in standard 1 to 4 will use a tablet we call the One Tab. The 6-year BEFIT program, which starts in 2023 all the way to 2029, will see tablets delivered to all schools in Malawi in an innovative and cost-effective way with support from partners. We salute the Imagine Worldwide, who is leading partners, including One Big, the VSO, with support from the JBJ Foundation to make this dream a reality. So far, we have already reached over 338 schools in Malawi, where learning outcomes are on the right path to the desired level of improvement. This will become a fully owned and institutionalized program by 2029. And the process of government ownership has already started, as we have included this program in our public sector investment program, so that it gets budgeted for in the coming years. This is just to show the inputs and results. We have all the reasons to believe that through these key ingredients, which include empowering teachers and support staff, there will be significant improvements in foundational learning and school progression. The national scale-up program of this tablet-based learning initiative is built on solid evidence. One of the major reform areas in our education system is evidence-based decision-making. Hence, we have moved away from politicking education, or indeed just going by flow, whether due to wind forces or partners or non-productive vested interests. We use the data. We program for system transformation and equity. BEFIT fits the bill. Hence, partners believe in this grand effort, and we call upon all others to follow suit and support this groundbreaking transformation pathway. The adaptive one-course software that runs to the One Tab is an award-winning software. If you want to be associated with a winning team and your efforts to also become award-winning, come to join BEFIT. Come to join BEFIT Coalition of partners in Malawi, with experiences also coming from Sierra Leone and other countries. We see a great EdTech for education foundations rising. Together, we will transform the learning outcomes at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, this Spotlight program BEFIT is also a spotlight program for the new National Development Agenda we proudly call Malawi 2063. As you can see in the graph, technology-assisted learning is in primary education, which BEFIT is scaling up nationally, gives the highest returns to investments, not just in education, but at national level. We have innovatively tackled one of the most important questions by designing a national scale-up program at a very low relative cost per child, which will continue to go down as we achieve scale. This is unprecedented, and we see a bright future for our investment in our children in establishing a strong human capital development foundation. What if we did it together in Malawi? What if we connect this to Sierra Leone, Rwanda, and all across Africa? Come join us to transform education through our 5-strand education foundation strategy and the Spotlight BEFIT program. I thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have 4 speakers here to share their work in building partnerships for foundational learning in Rwanda. They will be joining us both remotely and in person. To kick us off, we have a video message from the Rwanda Minister of State for Primary and Secondary Education.
Honorable Ministers of Education, heads of institutions, development partners, researchers, distinguished guests, educationists. Let me start by saying that we would have wished to be with you in the room today for this exciting occasion of the first ever Foundation Learning Summit hosted on African soil and organized by African governments. However, we are not absent from the discussions and efforts as our partners from Rwanda are present. Over the past years, Rwanda has been actively pursuing enhanced learning outcomes at the foundational levels. We have put the necessary structures in place, not only to keep ourselves on track as a government, but also to coordinate with our development partners and the private sector providers. Among the many initiatives we are pursuing are enhanced access to pre-primary education, strengthening the capacity of our caregivers and teachers, motivating them, and shifting the system's focus on learning outcomes. The latest learning assessments showed positive improvement. Our pupils in primary 2 meeting oral reading fluency and reading comprehension benchmarks doubled between 2018 and 2022 in the early grade reading assessment. While we recognize that progress is being made, we need to continue working together. To underline our strong commitment to foundational learning, we have recently signed off to the commitment to action on foundational learning. We are strongly convinced that foundational learning is a key element towards educational transformation and are happy to be part of a group of countries who lead on strengthening the foundations of their education sectors. This summit is an excellent opportunity to learn from each other and share joint challenges and successes. We have been closely working with the Learning Accelerator Program, who are in the room today to develop Rwanda's foundational learning strategy. Our vision for the strategy is to serve as a guiding framework on the areas we want to focus on to strengthen foundational learning holistically. The strategy is structured around 5 priority areas, namely improving instructional quality through teacher development and support, implementing an evidence-aligned foundational skills curriculum, providing effective teaching and learning materials in sufficient volume to all teachers and learners, mobilizing parental and community support for foundational learning, and strengthening systemic quality assurance and performance management. Let us continue to strengthen foundational learning in all our schools across the continent. Thank you.
Do we have the in-person representative? Okay.
Well,
they don't seem to believe I'm from Rwanda. Good afternoon. My name is Sofia Casalino, and I'm very pleased to be here in Freetown with you all, and honored to be representing the Accelerator Rwanda program. So we've already heard quite a bit from the Honorable Minister Gaspar about the efforts Rwanda is making to accelerate foundational learning in Rwanda, but I've been given just a few minutes to shed a bit more light on some of the work that Rwanda is doing in collaboration between the Accelerator program and the Ministry of Education. The Accelerator program has spearheaded several activities to elevate foundational learning as a national priority. We heard Minister Gaspar give an overview of the National Foundational Learning Strategy, which is a newly developed plan to identify gaps and accelerate learning. As he likes to call it, it is a Bible for the sector. It's been carefully crafted to address key policy and practice gaps that are adversely affecting foundational learning outcomes in Rwanda. The strategy sets out ambitious yet realistic learning outcome targets for the next 5 years and a detailed implementation plan to guide our progress along the way. The establishment of high-level policy forums has also been key to ensuring foundational learning is prioritized by the Ministry of Education and all of its affiliated agencies within the country. A steering committee for foundational learning has been set up to provide a platform for regular discussion on key issues as they're emerging, and it's practically served as a sounding board for the government to propose solutions and get feedback from key development partners, including the Accelerator program partners, which are USAID, UNICEF, FCDO, and the World Bank. In addition, a biannual event, aptly called the Stepping Back to Accelerate Forward Symposium, brings together a larger group of partners and personnel from related government ministries beyond just the Ministry of Education. After 3 event installments, the Stepping Back workshop series has effectively shaped policy-level thinking and has strengthened coordination in the subsector. The Accelerator program has also invested in the provision of technical support to the Ministry of Education as they design and implement reforms to the teaching and learning of foundational skills in Rwanda. Our team right now, as we speak, is currently supporting the curriculum department to revise the English, math, and Kinyarwanda textbooks for primary 1 to 3. A recent shift to English as a medium of instruction in 2020 has necessitated an adaptation to the teaching and learning materials that we use in our classrooms to better support both teachers and students as they make a very difficult transition to English as the language of learning. In parallel, the Accelerator program continues to also support reforms in the procurement of textbooks to maximize efficiencies and hopefully achieve a 1-to-1 textbook pupil ratio in literacy and numeracy subjects by 2023. Additional efforts are being made to reform teacher trainings to make them more practice-based, moving them closer to the classroom. We're reimagining efficiencies in teacher trainings, bringing them closer to practice-based teacher professional development models. We're also working to strengthen teacher performance management systems, or as we call them in Rwanda, imihigo, to make sure that teachers are most geared towards improving learning outcomes. In addition, finally, a national remedial program is being currently designed to ensure that all children are given appropriate support to learn in the early primary years. So if you know anything about Rwanda, there's always a lot going on. It's a small country with big ambitions. Perhaps maybe the Flex 2023 will be hosted in Kigali. So before I wrap up and hand over to UNESCO, I would like to show a short video clip from the Director General of Rwanda Basic Education Board, who also unfortunately was not able to join us this week, to give us a few words and to show us a glimpse of some of the Rwandan classrooms.
Hello, my name is Nelson Barushimana. I'm Director General of the Rwanda Basic Education Board. My team and I oversee all technical planning and execution of teaching and learning activities in our school. I'm pleased to record this video to share how we are committed to accelerating learning and to adopt more effective ways of training teachers. Foundational learning is a key to enable all children to reach their full potential. At Rwanda Basic Education Board, we are working towards making teacher training more practice-based and closer to schools, making sure that we have a 1-to-1 ratio for textbooks in our critical goal this year. It all begins with education, and everyone, girls and boys, should be on an equal footing in a safe school environment with the same opportunity to grow, learn, and thrive. So, join me in a call for more action on education. Together, we can accelerate learning.
Thank you very much, and see you in Kigali 2024.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry about you. It's the third time you have to bear with me. Okay, this is a presentation. I feel sorry. But let's try to go through this together. I have been asked to present on behalf of the Global Education Monitoring Report, a report that has been presented last year. Together is part of a partnership between the GMR, the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, and the African Union. The Spotlight Report series focuses on foundational learning on the achievement of universally primary completion in Africa. Rwanda was one of the focus countries on the last edition of the report. That was the first of the series, so we are going to have another report this year. Well, the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, that I am the director, is not part of this reporting. We are partners with the GMR, and you are going to see part of our initiatives. I just want to start by actually going to the first component, that is how the Spotlight Report series are framed. These are framed of the National Benchmark Initiative. It's an initiative that is actually a joint initiative by the UIS and the Global Education Monitoring Report, where the country has been invited to set targets in 7 benchmark indicators for 2025 and 2030, following the call of the UN Secretary General back in 2014 and the UN General Assembly and the High-Level Steering Committee to set benchmarks in 2015 and 2020. One of the 7 benchmark indicators, the Spotlight series focuses on 3: the out-of-school rate, participation in education, the completion rate, and the percentage of students who achieve a minimum proficiency level in basic education. The benchmarking process, as I said, is not only the UIS and the GMR. In each of the regions, we have regional partners. As I mentioned, in the case of Africa, we're partnering with African Union as well to complete the series of the regional indicators that are subject to benchmarks. Last month, in the International Education Day on January 24th, we have published an SDG 4 scorecard. If you go on our website, the GMR or UNESCO, you will find that there is a report, and it's also a Global Education Observatory, where we're actually, with the color code, we're tracking if the countries are having or not enough data to track and to monitor these indicators. And we see the level of progress of the countries towards 2025. I am happy to share that Rwanda was the only low-income country to achieve fast progress in early childhood education participation and completion rates. I just want to invite you to read the report because it was focused in this first series of the SDG 4 scorecard in early primary education. Rwanda has made a rapid progress in reducing its primary out-of-school rate, which fell from 28 to 5% in the past 20 years. This is a result of the analysis launched last September, also in other publication jointly by the UIS and GMR, that was actually as part of the education, so the discussion supporting the Transformation Education Summit. Accordingly, the out-of-school population rate fell by more than 75% since 2000 in Rwanda. Just to complete the picture on these indicators, of the three of the set of the 7 indicators, I would like to flag that Rwanda has also recorded one of the fastest rate of progress ever observed in primary completion. There were also notable progress in improving timely completion rates. As the result of the 2020 DHS of the Demographic and Health Service have shown, as you know, late completion is in general associated to late entry to primary and secondary education. In this case, it's a really good news to actually to hear that also timely completion has improved. I would like to actually to go to learning outcomes. In the case of learning outcomes, I have to say that Rwanda has actually been able to track and to monitor progress. The Ministry of Education has introduced a learning assessment of Rwandan students in literacy and numeracy, and actually they have shown improvement that 54% of the students, for instance, in grade 3, were able to achieve the target that is actually set about counting words in Kinyarwanda, that is actually showing that that's also very good progress in numeracy. We really would like to flag that the Spotlight series also has inside a description of the tools and options that African country has in order to report for learning outcome. I have to say that if we can actually go to the next, the Spotlight Repeat series aims to achieve the following objectives at the country and continental level. You are going to have here the presentation. First, support countries in their policy process to achieve benchmarks. The second one is to identify and to share positive practices that promote foundational learning and countries can share with their peers in the continent. So this seems to be the right venue to actually to be presenting this report. And third, and ultimately, to raise the political salience of foundational learning in Africa. 3 cycles are envisaged of the Spotlight series. Each cycle is meant to cover about 12 countries in each of the cycles, of which 5 are having a deep dive, 1 in each region. The other focus countries in the first cycles, but Rwanda, were DRC, Ghana, Mozambique, and Senegal. These country reports are published alongside a shorter country case studies. As you can see, for instance, there was a case study on the issue of learning assessment in Sierra Leone. There was also as well a case study of the issue of textbooks in Malawi. All inputs are used to publish the Continental Report. The first was launched in October 2022 in ADEA meeting in Mauritius. And all of these, as well as other inputs, are meant to inform the EU peer learning mechanism that I will explain in the next moments. The analytical framework of the first Spotlight cycle look at 7 factors. Whether the government has a vision on foundational learning and whether it communicates it to all levels down to the school. How teaching and learning issues are addressed ranging from curriculum and pedagogy to language of instruction and textbooks. How teachers are prepared and trained to teach in early grades. Whether school leaders are developed to be instructional leaders focused on learning, whether districts officers are developed to be instructional leaders focused on learning, how parents and communities, I think it's not working, how parents and communities are engaged to pay attention to learning outcomes, and what assessment practices exist to inform teachers and classroom levels and decision makers at system level. The country research process is a rapid subsector analysis in collaboration with the government. In Rwanda, as in the other focus countries, key steps including initial and validating stakeholders workshops and a small-scale fieldwork at the district and school level to examine the key issues. For instance, in Rwanda, stakeholders identify priorities such as teacher quality, use of assessments to improve learning, supervision and monitoring systems. As part of the fieldwork, the following observations were made among others. Traditional pedagogy was used too often to enable the delivery of a competence-based framework. Teachers often struggle with the use of English in the classroom. There were some remaining challenges with textbooks availability, for instance, and there were challenges as well with overcrowding. This last observation is related in one of the positive practices that Rwanda identified for sharing with peers. First, to reduce overcrowding, the government eliminated teacher subjects area specialization, reduced core courses, allowed schools to run into shifts, constructed 20,000 classrooms in 2020 and 2021, also through the homeschool grow construction, and recruited and deployed over 44,000 new teachers into schools in 18 months. Second, to improve teacher compensation, the government increased primary and secondary school teacher salaries by 10% in 2019, further increased teacher salaries by between 40% and 88%, depending on qualification in 2022, offered teachers financial bonuses based on subjective performance, and in which cases a student performance could be a potential factor, and tested pay-for-performance constructs to reduce absenteeism. In terms of the recommendation, the Rwanda country report makes, among others, 3 recommendations. The first one is to improve teacher training and competence-based curriculum and pedagogical strategies, especially through the use of English. Second, to focus supervision and monitoring system on supporting teachers to master pedagogical practices, including by providing guidance to supervisors on how to adapt instruction to each case. Third, to strengthen the classroom-based formative assessment, including by developing curriculum-aligned, easy-to-administer formative assessment and knowledge management tools. These recommendations reflect the Spotlight Continental Report is 3 system-level recommendations. The need to develop teacher capacity to teach in early grades. Second, the need to prepare instructional leaders among head teachers and local education officers. Third, the need to have a clear plan to improve learning based on good quality assessment. However, the Spotlight Continental Report also makes other recommendations. 3 are the student level and refer to textbook availability, home language, and school meals. And 2 are the international level and refers first in the need for and programs to focus on long-term institutional building, and second, to the need to learn from peers. In Rwanda, the country report draft was discussed extensively and generously at the senior level. Minister signed the foreword and also took part in the promotion video. Moreover, the country report was used as an input into Rwanda's foundational learning strategy. At the continental level, Rwanda was among the spotlight countries that recommended giving priority to foundational learning in the main AU policy dialogue event, the Specialized Technical Committee. As a result, the African Union took the decision to establish LEARN, a network aimed at bringing together 3 clusters of the continental education strategy for Africa on curriculum, teacher development, and planning. Accordingly, The second spotlight cycle, in which Mauritania, Niger, Uganda, Angola, Zambia, and South Africa are the focus countries, will explore government policies in 3 areas: the alignment of curriculum and textbooks, the availability and use of teacher guides, and the national assessment policy. Closing, I would like to add that the Spotlight project team has been running an extensive campaign, Born to Learn, which has engaged stakeholders, including presidents, first ladies, ministers, and other education leaders, to share images of themselves making the sign L, sign with their hand. Thank you for your attention, and allow me to transfer the invitation for you, should you have any question, to ask to the colleagues of the Spotlight report at the GMR team. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Montoya. Last but certainly not the least, for Rwanda, we welcome a video message about the Elimu Soko initiative in Rwanda, followed by remarks from Ms. Anne Thayson, the Manager of Education Partnerships for Hampel. The Hampel Foundation has also generously supported the organization of this conference. Anna, please come to the stage as we begin the video.
So good afternoon, right before the coffee break. I hope you're still awake. I will do it short, but my name is Anna, and I wanted to talk about a new initiative called Elimu Soko. And before I do that, I'm hoping we can show a short video.
Across the world, more and more children are now going to school. In Africa, school enrollment is at an all-time high. But even with more children in the classrooms, governments are struggling to ensure the quality of education. And studies show that 9 out of 10 children in sub-Saharan Africa are still living in learning poverty. And COVID-19 has only made it worse. Education innovators with high-tech, low-tech, and no-tech could be part of the solution. We help create the link between governments and innovators, and support with matching the solution to the problem. For this, we have created a marketplace where innovators in education can collaborate with funders and governments. The Elimu Soko initiative connects and supports innovators and governments to improve education. Elimu Soko brings a systematic approach to address key bottlenecks for collaboration. We start by understanding the top priorities of governments and ministries. We then identify innovators that address education challenges. We also help finance pilot programs and support scaling up proven innovations. And finally, we share learnings with other countries' funders and innovators. Elimu Soko is looking for more partners to scale the efforts and improve the quality of education. Get in touch.
So the Hampel Foundation launched the Elimu Soko initiative in 2021 to support governments in removing obstacles to the use of innovation in public education systems. The whole objective was to apply an approach where we really listened and understood government priorities as the starting point, and secondly, identifying innovators that could help address these challenges and accommodate the government's priorities. And thirdly, catalyze on support from experts and other funders to test and scale these innovations. Rwanda was the first country joining us on this journey. Rwanda, as we already also heard, has made great strides toward education improvements by boosting enrollment, increasing education funding, expanding access to free basic education, and reforming the curriculum. Despite this, learning levels remain low. The government of Rwanda is committed to address this, and through the partnership with us, the Elimu Soko initiative, we're partnering with the government to tailor solutions to the specific challenges that are impeding foundational learning in their country context. Based on an analytical deep dive of barriers to foundational learning in Rwanda, it was decided by the government to focus the initiative on supporting primary school teachers with early grade literacy, numeracy, and pedagogical skills. Rising Academies was selected as the innovator in Rwanda after a careful evaluation process. Rising Academies, some of you may know them, but their solution has proven very successful in other countries, including here in Sierra Leone, and they're also part of the Education Outcomes Fund work here, which we heard about earlier. But through the Elimusoko initiative, their approach is now being piloted in Rwanda, and if successful, the aim is to scale up nationwide through the public education system. For the Elimusoko initiative and us in the Hempel Foundation, the pilot in Rwanda will serve as a platform for new and innovative solutions in the public education systems, and key is that learning should be shared to other governments that are committed to addressing quality education for all their learners. The pilot project in Rwanda has just started, so there's still much to learn and many barriers to tackle, but I'm here because it's important that you, from the beginning, share learnings with governments, innovators, funders, and other stakeholders so we all can learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being attentive. We're almost coming to a close. Up next is the panel discussion. It's now time to hear from the technical heads from countries and states who implement the work on the ground. We're excited to welcome the technical heads of 7 countries and also from Edo State of Nigeria to the panel. The moderator of our panel would be Dr. Amel Kabul. As we have seen in the presentation on Sierra Leone's Education Innovation Challenge, she is the CEO of the Education Outcomes Fund. She is also the commissioner of the International Commission on Financing Global Education Opportunity and previously served as the Minister of Tourism for Tunisia. Technical heads and Dr. Kabul, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm sure some of you are jet-lagged. Most of you have some coffee withdrawal. So I have to apologize that we're just jumping straight into the last session, and so we can end up on time and maybe just a tiny bit before time. So I'd like to invite all my guests to this panel to come here. So Madame CEO, there she is, yeah. Fantastic. Is this for me? Yeah. Should I move more into the middle? Can we exchange seats? Do you mind? So I can see everyone better, yeah. Yes, we have one more chair there. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to be a bit of a tough moderator, so to keep on time. So everyone will have more or less a question, and I really ask you to keep to the 4 minutes. But maybe, can we pass the mic so everyone says just their name and their function so people can connect you to the, because we don't have your functions there, so it would be good. Do you have a mic there? Maybe we can start at the end? Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eitayo Salami. I'm the Executive Chairman of the Basic Education Board in Edo State, Nigeria.
My name is Professor Yatta Kano. I am the Chief Education Officer, meaning the technical and professional head of the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education in Sierra Leone.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay. My name is Tiabonti Manston Nimo. I'm the Assistant Minister for Early Childhood Education, Republic of Liberia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joshua Valeta. I'm the Director of Open Distance and E-Learning from the Ministry of Education in Malawi, but I also hold an associate professor position at one of the public universities in the country.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Eric Nkansa. I'm the Director General, Ghana Education Service.
Good day, everyone. My name is Folake Olatuji David. I'm the Director of Basic Education at the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Ajimba Job. I'm the Deputy Permanent Secretary Programs, Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the Gambia.
Good afternoon. My name is Koulibaly Adama. I come from Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm a General Inspector.
Okay, fantastic. The goal of this session is really to discuss how countries have taken action. Obviously, on the political level, we have the decision-making, the engagement, but it's thanks to all of you here that these reforms get implemented. And the idea is really to share learning. So I invite you also to talk about challenges. It's always easy to talk about the great things we do, but we learn mostly when we hear other people challenges and maybe failures and how you dealt with them. So I'll start with you, Madam CEO, Madam Kanu. So we heard from the ministerial and the partner panels earlier today, some sides of implementation. We heard some suggestions as well, what needs to happen to reduce learning poverty on the country as well in the classroom level. From what you've seen, I mean, I know you have a very long experience in education. Can you share one example intervention that worked in your country or also that had challenges, and how did you manage to make it a success?
Thank you very much, Dr. Learning poverty, as we heard the definition this morning, the term, of course, as we heard, was termed by the UNESCO Institute for Statistics and the World Bank. And the definition we got this morning was the inability of children to read and to read with comprehension around 10 years of age, meaning that they cannot read with any level of understanding at all. Sierra Leone, like other countries who are suffering from this phenomenon, has been confronted with grim statistics on the situation. I need not go through those statistics again because we all know them in our various countries. Suffice it to say that they are extremely disturbing, and for us that is not acceptable at all. So we are dealing with the situation at two levels. There are two levels of learning poverty. One is due to schooling deprivation. We have globally about 260 million children who are out of school for one reason or another. These, the United Nations and the World Bank refer to as schooling deprived. And then we have those who are in school, but their achievement levels are so low because of the low performance at the foundational level. So they are in school, some even manage to go to school regularly, but they are not learning anything because the foundation is so weak, especially the literacy foundation. We refer to this as the learning deprived. So Sierra Leone has tackled this problem at both levels. This morning, starting with our Minister of Education, you heard quite a bit about what it is that our country is doing, from the political commitment at the highest level, which had led to the introduction of a program called the Free Quality School Education Program, which has lessened the burden on parents, the education burden on parents. We have constructed new schools. We have approved more than 4,000 schools for government assistantship. We have introduced the school feeding program. We are doing a whole bunch of things that, as you heard from our minister this morning, has brought about 1 million more children within the pace of 3 to 4 years. So a lot is being done at the societal level to solve the problem of the schooling deprived. The learning deprived is where I feel most comfortable because I've been a teacher all my life, and so that is really where my effort lies. We have been doing quite a number of things in the country. First of all, the most recent time that we were confronted with our grim statistics about learning poverty in this country was 2 years ago, 2021, not even quite 2 years yet. And that's because Sierra Leone always intermittently does baseline studies, just for us to know where our kids are in terms of literacy and numeracy. So the latest one we did, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, was in collaboration with UNICEF, one of our faithful partners and co-pilots on this education and reform journey. They actually hired Montrose, a partner in assessment, and they conducted a baseline study for us. So the results of that study wasn't much to write home about. Our kids are able to identify letters and numbers. They are able to read with a fair amount of fluency. The problem is that they were merely parroting what they were reading. There was no element of comprehension at all, no conceptual understanding. So if you were to ask them questions, higher level questions on what they have just read, they would not be able to answer those questions at all. So once we were confronted with these statistics, we jumped into action right away. The ministry, the Teaching Service Commission, and UNICEF, we started training teachers. So with the help of UNICEF, 2 cadres of teacher training organizations were hired. Code from Canada and the EDT, the Education Development Trust from the UK. And so they did an impressive piece of work in training our teachers in numeracy, literacy, and pedagogical strategies that are focused on girls. And our focus on girls was due mainly to the fact that the results of the baseline study showed that the boys were outperforming the girls. So girl-friendly pedagogical strategies were introduced. So currently, those teachers are out in the schools. The jury is not out yet, but we made sure that we gave them support through what is known in the education literature as a community of practice. We trained our school quality officials in the same strategies that we trained these teachers. And so our quality assurance officers are out there giving them support.
Okay,
right in the classroom, we just introduced a new strategy, well, not quite new, but new in this country, and that is TAL, that other people have referred to throughout the day. And that is teaching at the right level. And we piloted a TAL strategy in 20 schools in the districts of Port Loko, as well as the western urban and the western rural areas of Freetown. The initial...
we need to move on.
Yes, the initial results are very encouraging. I was able to get a few of these findings. Increased vocabulary and comprehension among the kids, improved communication strategies because they are working in small groups, strengthened foundational learning skills like listening and reading, and that's because they are having an almost one-on-one interaction with their teachers.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, as our host, I was a little bit nicer. This was like 6.5 minutes, so we want to keep to 4 minutes.
Yes.
So I'm gonna raise here when you reach the 4 minutes, so that we can end on time. So I'm gonna move, but thank you very much and the impressive results. So I'm gonna move to Mr. Yobe from Gambia with the same question of one example intervention that you would like to share with us. One intervention that you feel worked, or also one challenge you want to share with us.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good evening once again. I mean, the Gambian education system has also been growing from strength to strength as far as enrollment is concerned. I mean, as a country, we have managed to achieve parity in most of our levels, starting from primary school to senior secondary. I mean, the ECD, as the Honorable Minister talked about, we are also making some gains because of recent we have, introduced this annexation of ECD schools or centers to lower primary or primary schools, and that has really boosted the enrollment. But our challenge as a country remains to be with quality. And when you talked about quality, it has to do with at the foundational level, but also at the terminal level. And the strategies that the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education of the Gambia is putting in place to address some of the challenges is to do with the teacher component of the quality problem. I mean, as the ministry, we engage in investing in a lot of resources as far as teacher training is concerned, but also we have of recent, or just the last year, introduced what we call the teacher competency test. That after training, before we allow them into the teaching field, they have to be subjected to an assessment, which if they perform, they will be employed. If not, they would have to be given another chance to write that exam again or assessment. But also, our curriculum, we have been working on it, and we have recent reformed a lot of our curriculum, starting from lower secondary to upper senior secondary. Also at the primary level, as far as the quality issue, we have been piloting national languages, and just about a month ago, a national language policy was being validated, which we think will also help in addressing the problem of foundational learning, because children would be taught in their mother tongue at the early stages of their schooling. But also the assessment approach, which is a challenge as far as we are concerned, because mainly is recalling knowledge, but not applying the knowledge. And that is why we are in our curriculum reform, it goes along with the assessment reform, so that rather than testing knowledge, we'll be testing them skills and competencies that will enable them to fit themselves well into the work of life. But another challenge which we are facing is the issue of financing, which my Honorable Minister today make a plea through His Excellency to talk to his colleagues so that the budget for education can be increased. Because with all the needs in addressing foundational learning or quality of education in our continent and in the Gambia in particular, the issue of financing cannot be left behind. And that is why it is very important that governments, particularly the Gambia, should think of increasing the national budget for education so that all the reforms we're talking about will be realized, because donors alone cannot do it. And that is these are some of the things that we are working on as a country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'm going to move to Dr. Folake here from Nigeria, and with the same question.
Thank you. In Nigeria, we have the peculiar situation of being a federal state, having 36 other states, subnational states. But then at the federal level, we provide coordination and leadership to the states. My honorable minister told us earlier during his session, thank you, about the policy of ensuring 10 years of pre-primary and primary basic education, free and compulsory, that has been put in place in Nigeria. We also have quite a number of other initiatives and policies that have been put in place by the federal government to ensure that we have solid foundational literacy and numeracy going on in Nigeria. For instance, we have the issue of teachers' quality. Like we all know, even when we have children in school, no system can go beyond the level of the capability of its teachers. So recently we have the revitalization and repositioning policy of the federal government to ensure that teachers and teaching profession is well motivated and properly repositioned. A lot of strategies and incentives are put in place to encourage the best into the teaching profession and to also ensure that their quality is high. We also have the introduction of the mother tongue to be used in primary schools. Before now, we had it just in the early grade, but recently we had a revision of that policy. And so the plan is now to ensure that teachers are trained, materials are produced, which is already ongoing, and the curriculum is reviewed in tandem with this policy. Now, coming to the issue, the main problem that we have solved and one intervention, we spoke about the issue of, we are all speaking about the issue of learning poverty. And despite the efforts of the federal government, we still have the issue of poor access and quality in the schools. Though the schools are supposed to be managed by the state governments, at the national level we provide policy guidelines and coordination. But then the Federal Ministry of Education has intervened by providing the Universal Basic Education Commission that provides support to all the states. And in doing that, just 1 minute?
Yeah, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds, thank you. I have a timer. One major thing we provided when we had COVID was the Nigerian Learning Passport, because we discovered that the issue we have such a poor, we were not able to reach out to our students. We didn't have enough innovative teaching and learning going on in our schools. So with the support of GPE funding and managed by UNICEF, the government of Nigeria put in place the Nigerian Learning Passport, which is our flagship to bridge this gap of the digital device and making sure that we deploy innovative learning both online and offline, mobile solutions to reach children, especially those that are in hard-to-reach areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, my God, timing. Perfect timing, and I think we can move because you brought the federal, the policy, the strategy role, but at the end you have the state governments that implement, and we have here someone from one of Nigeria's states, so I'll move there with Mrs. Salami, who's from Edo State. So how do the challenges look a little differently on a state level for you? It's working, no?
Your question is, how does it differ at the state level? So at the state level, the problems are still the same, but we're able to deal with them a bit more granular. And I would like to speak from my perspective as Edo State. Mm-hmm. So I'm one of the 36 states in Nigeria. And in Edo in particular, we have a governor that has been very aggressive in his basic education reform. So we have a program called Edo Best. So what in the launch of Edo Best, we had to carry out some evaluation and testing, baseline assessments of the pupils in our primary schools. And what we found was that the foundational learning was extremely poor. The data show that a primary 6 pupil were the only people that surpassed the international baseline reading fluency of 60 words per minute. So we decided in designing the Edo Best program to tackle foundational level on different fronts. One of the things that we did was to tackle it from the area of teacher quality. So over the years of the program, which is about 4 years now, we have trained over 15,400 teachers, upskilling them in modern teaching and learning pedagogy, introducing them to the use of instructional materials, either in print, but more digital, leveraging technology a whole lot more. We've also monitored the system very specifically because we must be able to measure what our outcomes are. We've also tackled, the program has also focused a lot on the use of instructional materials. Digital, because all the teachers use tablets and scripted lessons across every local government, even in the hard-to-reach areas. But we've also made textbooks available because the digital lessons refer to the lessons in the textbooks, and over 500,000 printed materials have been distributed, as well as a lot of smartphones and a lot of tablets across the state. We also focused on monitoring and elaborate monitoring and evaluation machinery for the program, because it was important for us to track the individual pupil. So for every child that's in our program, we're able to track your performance and your progress. We're able to look at areas that need improvement and feed it back into the way the lessons are created so that we can check if the program is on track and we can measure our learning outcomes. Infrastructure is also important. Infrastructure is also important, and we've tried to translate the feel in the classroom so it's a lot friendlier, there's a lot morale. We took out corporal punishment, so that has also helped in driving learning. Lastly, one of the things we did was we knew that it was important to have parent involvement. So through what we call the school-based management committees, we've let the parents, the communities, and the school leadership own the program. And what I can say today is that 3 years after into the program, based on our M&E, we saw that the average Edo child was closer to international reading performance levels of 110 words per minute, way higher than the Nigerian average. And currently, we are still trying to improve the program, especially with a view to domesticating it, because all the work we've done has been with an international technical partner, but now we are transitioning and sustaining. So this is essentially what we've done at the state level. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And it's really fascinating to see this real-time data that you have about each child, which kind of real-time data to have about each child, which is really kind of state of the art, and what actually data and AI can help us. We'll go to measurement in a moment. But before we go there, I'd like to go to Mrs. Manston Nemo from Liberia. And we are opening a bit the field here because we've talked a lot about early childhood this morning and how that's becoming more and more important, at least in the global dialogue. We know for long that investments in early childhood have the highest return of investment, if you want to say. So since you're focusing on ECE, what is your experiences? How did you manage to link ECE to foundational learning in the first years of school?
Thank you so much. Since we are focusing on early childhood education, and we believe at the Ministry of Education, early childhood education and foundation cannot be separated. Some of those necessary things that we think we can do to link foundational learning and early childhood education, a place-based curriculum, a play-based curriculum that focuses on literacy and numeracy, and a school or a classroom that speaks to the children, and the teacher training. With all the teachers, you cannot have a school, and with all the students, with all the teachers, the student cannot learn. So in order to focus on foundational learning, we need a curriculum and also train teachers in the usage of that curriculum. We also focus on parents, where we train caregivers to go to the home and teach parents to teach their children that have not reached the age to go to school. We also have something we developed called the community-based centers, where there are no schools. We train caregivers to teach children who are far from school. So with all the foundation, you cannot have a school. And when the foundation is not strong, you cannot have a secondary school, you cannot have a tertiary school. The example today that one of us gave on building a house, where you have to build a foundation before you can construct a house. So in Liberia, we are focusing mainly on the foundation. So we have set up a lot of learning material that are distributed to our schools, to the children. We have also introduced a technology called the talking pen and audio book, where there are no teachers and no school. We use the parents to teach the children at home. So for Liberia, foundational learning and ECE work in line, and we understand that with all the foundation, there will be no school, and with all school, we all know that the world will not go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think the expanding early childhood in many countries in our continent will have to deal also with home, the home center, creating a home environment. So it's fantastic to see that you're quite advanced there. So we talked a little bit of measurement. I think Edo State has put the bar very high here, and to know how every child is doing in every moment. I'm turning to you. From Ghana, Dr. Kansa, and I know that we've been, as EOF, working in Ghana intensively as well, and know that you've invested a lot in measurement of foundational skill. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how that plays out in the classroom, not just on a policy level?
Right, thank you very much. I think we learned from here this morning when the ministers were at the same point. It was clear that for you to succeed in any education reform, what you need is the political commitment or political leadership of your country. We are fortunate in Ghana that we have a president and a minister who are both passionate and enthusiastic about education reform. So in Ghana, every aspect of our education is being tackled. So much investment has been pumped in. But we also know and recognize the fact that foundational learning is key, because once you miss that, everything else will go haywire. And so much has been invested in that area also. We take this from 2015 EGRA-EGMA study that was conducted across Africa and then Ghana. It was quite revealing at the time that just about 2% of our learners at early grade could read for understanding. And against the backdrop that we have learning poverty issues as been espoused by my colleague panelist, we vigorously decided to pursue that and to work on literacy and numeracy of our early grade learners. So it began with even reforming and redeveloping our curriculum. We had a play-based and creative pedagogy based curriculum which has been put in place that is being used at the early grade level. Besides that, quite a number of in-service and pre-service trainings have been done, and then community engagement has also been a key thing that we've been working with, because we realize that the early graders, you would need to engage the community and families that will be taking care of these early graders to ensure that in some cases, some development partners even assisted us in training some of the parents, especially those who are in hard to reach areas, training them so that when the kids come home, they continue the teaching and the learning lessons there. We again realize that for us to be able to keep track of this, in spite of the fact that we are putting in a number of interventions to ensuring our kids will be able to read, we have to also have a mechanism of assessing this. Because the only thing we could have was the EGRA-EGMA, then the National Education Assessment, which was usually not census by nature. They are usually a sample. So we decided to work on the population. My minister earlier mentioned the national standardized test. It was a key thing for us to check the interventions to see whether they are actually efficacious or not. So we last year did the test across the country for the basic level, class 4, in particular grade 4, and it was quite revealing. We had improved significantly when it comes to the reading of our learners. In other words, the literacy and then the numeracy skills have improved. Here was a case in 2015, we're talking about 2% for our grade 2, but in 2022, last year, we were looking at 56% of our early graders could read for understanding. And we are not actually resting on our oars. We are still coming in with a number of interventions to ensuring that we get every single kid, every single people at our early grade level to be able to read and also handle the numeracy.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll turn to Dr. Coulibaly from Côte d'Ivoire with the same question about measurement. Comment vous savez que les enfants sont en cours d'apprendre ce qu'ils doivent apprendre et quel genre de mesures vous utilisez?
Merci. Je voudrais dire d'abord que nous avons compris que l'éducation, c'est à l'intérieur de la salle de classe. Et la salle de classe, c'est les enseignants. Nous avons donc, le gouvernement a décidé de prendre une réforme. La réforme qui a consisté à faire en sorte que les écoles de formation des instituteurs, donc des enfants, des enseignants qui travaillent avec les enfants qui font l'apprentissage fondamental, eh bien, désormais, de faire 3 années de formation au lieu de 2, dont une est entièrement consacrée au travail sur le terrain d'apprentissage.
Do you want to translate in between? Otherwise, it's going to be too long, no?
So he's saying that in Ivory Coast they have understood that education is what takes place in the classroom, and that's the reason why now they're focusing on the training of the teachers that goes now for 3 years, one instead of 2, one of which is solely focused on what is happening in the field, like what is happening in the classroom, for them to understand it better and be able to deliver better in the classroom.
Et pour renforcer ce que nous appelons l'effet maître dans la salle de classe, nous sommes passés de l'option disciplinaire à l'option modulaire, qui amène donc les enseignants à travailler ensemble lorsqu'ils doivent prendre des classes. Ça leur permet d'échanger sur le statut des enfants et de voir comment, n'est-ce pas, les prendre en charge.
So he also said that they revolutionized a little bit the education in terms of not focusing on disciplinary measures, but on making sure that the teachers come together learn ways in which they will be able to adequately, let's say, face or address the issues that they face in the classroom.
On a également, au niveau du suivi et du contrôle, n'est-ce pas, dans les salles de classe, fait en sorte que les espaces initialement dédiés soient réduits pour qu'il y ait un encadrement et un suivi de proximité, pour que les acteurs soient plus proches des élèves et qu'ils aient plus de temps à consacrer à regarder les pratiques de classe, à observer les méthodes pédagogiques qui sont mises en classe afin d'apporter les remédiations qu'il y a.
Okay. Also, they reduce the space, the classroom space, for the teachers to be able to deal with reduced class.
Les conseillers, c'est le conseil pédagogique, pas les professeurs.
Okay, the pedagogical advisors, not the teachers. Yeah, to be able to focus more on the teachers that they're training, but also to be able to apply pedagogical methods that will be able to support those teachers with the relevant methods and approaches that they will be using in class.
Au niveau également, à partir de la Covid, de l'avènement de la Covid, nous avons procédé à la continuité pédagogique en mettant en place un système de cours qui sont faits à la télévision. La Covid étant maintenant presque derrière nous, nous avons mis dans des capsules pédagogiques l'ensemble, n'est-ce pas, des cours, et nous avons créé également une plateforme Internet sur laquelle les cours sont également déposés et ouverts à la fois aux élèves, aux enseignants et aux parents, pour que les parents qui savent lire puissent voir comment ils peuvent exploiter ces capsules pédagogiques-là pour accompagner, n'est-ce pas, leurs enfants.
Okay, so during COVID, one innovation that they came up with was to have the courses on TV. And then now that COVID is behind us, what they continue doing is to have those recordings, those pedagogical recordings on TV, and not accessible not only to teachers, but also to students and to parents, especially for parents who are able to read and let's say, exploit the data, the information that is shared with them.
Et le programme s'appelle Mon école à la maison, c'est-à-dire que je peux rester à la maison et continuer, n'est-ce pas, d'aller à l'école. Et nous avons également mis en place un système, n'est-ce pas, de remédiation qu'on appelle le PEC, c'est-à-dire le programme d'enseignement ciblé, qui consiste à évaluer les enfants d'une école entière à partir d'un test qu'on appelle le test ASER pour voir quels sont leurs niveaux. Et là, nous les regroupons non plus par rapport à la classe, mais par rapport à leur niveau, leur capacité de lire, leur capacité de compter. Et chaque jour, pendant 30 ou 45 minutes, les enfants sortent des salles de classe pour se retrouver non plus par classe, mais pour se retrouver par rapport au niveau de difficulté et sont avec des enseignants qui les aident, n'est-ce pas, à rattraper le retard. C'est un programme très important dans lequel nous sommes soutenus par des partenaires et que nous avons donc emprunté à partir, n'est-ce pas, de l'expérience indienne.
Merci.
Okay, yeah. So, so the program he described is called My School on TV and at home. And then he's saying that they also have another approach that they call the PEC, which helps
right level.
Yeah, teaching at the right level, which also helps them assess the levels of the students and be able to organize them no more as pupils in the same class, but pupils from the same level, at the same level. And then at a certain point in time, they all get out of the classrooms and get organized within those levels, and then what is being, let's say, shared with them is shared as part of the groupings in levels and no longer as classmates.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really impressive. I love this peer coaching approach between the teachers and the teaching at the right level. To end here, I'm turning to Dr. Valletta from Malawi. Technology has been a hype for a few years now. The last years, there were much more critical voices about all these tablets in schools that no one uses, etc., and that actually it makes much more sense maybe to work with teacher and technology than students, etc. But I know you've been the inaugural director for distance and e-learning in Malawi. So what what have you learned? What are your lessons learned? What challenges have you encountered using technology to improve foundational learning?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Well, one day I sat in my office at home trying to do what we are not supposed to be doing at home, especially after hours. And this little boy came close to me, and he was so excited. He's like, "Daddy!" His name is David, and he's 4 years old. He's one of my twin boys. And I turned to look what it was. Then I realized, oh, he has learned something. Apparently, there was a technology that was being propagated under the Unlocking Talent program through VSO. I think they're sitting here, 1 billion. They're the publishers of that software. It's called OneCourse. And they have done research, Emerging Worldwide and other partners, JBJ supporting it. And the results, they were saying, oh, we have effect sizes of 0.15, which is great, and up to 0.24, which is great. Learning was really improving. Each time I hear about a technology, I take it, I want to test it myself. So this little kid was showing me the tablet, the One Tab. And by the way, these twins, I took them to school. They said they were slightly autistic. I tried to take them to a better school so that they would learn. It didn't work. In fact, they wanted to chase them away. The school was complaining that they could keep up with the rest. But I negotiated. They allowed them there. I employed a part-time teacher, a special needs teacher. They still couldn't figure out things. But this day when he came around, and with all excitement, he said, "Daddy, look here." And he was showing me on the tablet what he had learned. But they had a lot of problems. So I said, it seems like he's learning something here. Let me check. You know the naughty words in English? They're called prepositions. So I said, let me check if this excitement is genuine. He could not figure out what at and in and out and on and under. So where he was playing, I opened a module and he started going through in, out, above, under, on top, below. And I said, pause. So he paused and he started following instruction. And I said, put this tablet on the table. He picked the tablet from the floor, put it on the table. I said, put it under the table. He did it. I said, this thing works. I met a teacher, and he was so excited, a teacher from a very rural place, at a conference, and he said, look what, I have become a celebrity. I said, how? He said, we have a WhatsApp group of teachers around the country. I said, so what is going on? He said, oh, everyone was asking me because I posted a video of how I was teaching in class, and everyone was asking me, how did you figure out that methodology of teaching? I said, well, I learned it through the radio teacher mentorship program, and everyone was calling them. I think to finalize, these are just examples of how technology, if it is appropriate technology, and it is put in the right hands of a child, can go a long way to transform the life of a child. Right now, as I'm telling you, this teacher in a rural area has become a star teacher. This little child is beating others in class as I'm talking now. So when you have the technology, the teacher, the technology, the content, and the child interacting very well, you can get great results. And so technology really works. We should make good use of it in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for leaving us on this note of hope, and true that education systems that work for everyone, independently of how different they are, they are the ones that work for every child that we need to build. Okay, so I think we all as a panel should get gold stars from the organizer, Matthias, because I think we finished 3 minutes ahead of schedule. So I want to thank everyone. Thanks for sharing all your experiences. There is such a rich experience here, so thank you for giving us this space, and I'm sure over the next 1.25 days that we're still together, there will be much more conversations to share. Thank you very much.
It has been a really long day indeed. Thank you for a rich set of discussion today. It is clear that there is a wealth of knowledge on foundational learning and impressive solutions across the continent. Tomorrow we will dig even deeper with technical discussions on a range of key topics in foundational learning.
Sorry, so one of the panelists left their phone. So.
Peter, sorry.
Thank you very much for coming. We hope to see you here tomorrow at 9 a.m., but you can be here around 8 a.m. for coffee. Please get home safely in one piece, not in pieces. For the international delegates, the bus for the Radisson will leave or depart here at 5:15. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. God bless you.